Hello.
Slowly but surely, I'm getting there. I'm so sorry. I got caught up with conversing with a friend. I have not had the chance of hanging out with them like properly for a whiles. And they were like, "Hey, do you any? I want to test something out. Are you like free for a couple minutes?" And this was like back at like 3 o'clock or something. I was like, "Yeah, absolutely, absolutely." And then was helping out with that, and then lo and behold, it's like 5:50 something, and I'm like, "Oh goodness, I need to get going. I am so sorry." And then I immediately disconnected, forgetting that I could have just simply have moved myself to blah 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 into this channel and just told them, "Hey, you're welcome to be here." Hi there, Sky. Alrighty then. I need to get the props ready. The cool props and what have you, and make sure that the what's Mahuzi thing is running as well. Just so many things. All this because I forgot. I forgot that I am a streamer, and streamer streams things. For whatever reason, the capture is not capturing. Come on, game. Capture for me, please. You'll have to forgive me. Some stuff still does not work as intended for whatever reason, and I need to refresh the... Oh, wait, nope, there we go. Now it's working. Oh, no, you died. Oh, no. Just type in chat again, and you'll end up back here, and we'll be able to do, like, fist fights and what have you. All right. I need to figure out why the what's-my-whoosy capture is not working. Alright, so all that's plugged in. Something is not running as it should. Why are you not doing your job? So if I go audio 1, it says it's not audio 1. There we go. Now it's working. All right, cool. Cool. No need to panic, chat. It is working again. Okay, I got it working. So, hooray, you live. You live to fight another day. Also, hi there, Lou. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Glad to have you here. It's been a hot minute. But yeah, hang on. Also, crack open a... Hi, Omega. Hi. So yeah. Long weekend for me. So, well, it's not really a long weekend because... You know, I worked the Saturday shift, and because of working the Saturday shift, I took that opportunity to not work the Monday. So, where's my brain at? So yeah, so I had to do the Saturday shift, which meant I pushed chores back and what have you. Sunday morning, you saw me. We were going through Ghost of Yotei. I am gonna be real with you, like, Ghost of Yotei is so much fun, but I feel like I can most certainly, like, turn people off from watching my streams, because I'm going into Ghost of Yotei, and there's some people there that are like, oh, I don't have this game or something like that, and I want to see what this game is about, like, narratively or something like rather, and then here's me being a fucking shitter and, like, not doing the main story. And it's like, I imagine some people are getting a little annoyed that it's like, I'm just running around doing silly nonsense and advertisements go off and I'm still running around doing silly nonsense. It's like, when do I get to, like, the proper nitty gritties? When do I actually go on, like, my pursuit of vengeance and what have you? So, like, there's that kind of a problem there. But, you know, I ain't bothering with that. But yeah, now we're on to Monday. I don't have anything else to... I don't have, like, any cool news to bring up with you. It's the same old from what happened yesterday, which is, you know, I gotta save money up for Texas Fur Fiesta next year. I gotta look for a new place to live in February, because my lease ends up in February, and last time they asked me of whether or not I wanted to extend my lease was was when we started in November. Nothing wrong with playing games the way you want to do it. No, there's nothing wrong with it. But it's one of those things, 10mucks, where, like, because when you do streaming and such, there is a little bit of ownership that has to be taken up. So, for example, today, cookie for Sky. Here's your cookie, Sky. Today is when we're going to be going through Metal Gear Solid, because it's Monday. Because Monday is for Metal Gear Solid. And if I went and said, you know what, we're not going to be playing Metal Gear Solid 2 like I said, and we did something else, that wouldn't be fair. So, partially because I do very much want to go through
this.
So yeah, I do very much want to just go through Metal Gear Solid. But yeah, like, if I decide to be like, you know what, I don't want to play this, I close this, I swap my sources over to, like, Mega Bonk or Alan Wake 2 or even Ghost of Yotei, I reckon that would honestly upset people. Like, and what's more is I wouldn't really be fair, because I've done all this work of being like, hey, we're gonna go play this video game, you know, for, oh gosh darn it, and then agree to the terms of use, there we go, press any button. But yeah, like, if I wasn't going to be playing Metal Gear Solid 2, after I did all this advertisement at the start of the day, halfway through the day, and then on announcement, some people would probably be wondering, like, what the fuck, Grant? What is the screenplay book? Oh. Okay, so it's a cool little book. So we got the language pack. Alright, we'll go with English. Adjusted mode, custom. Can be changed prior to start. Depending on your setup, game performance may suffer when not set to original mode. Should you experience it, please change your... Okay, so it's just gonna go normal resolution. And then it's just that. If playing in English, save data is shared across all languages. It is not compatible with Japanese. If playing in Japanese, save data is not compatible with other languages. See, that's weird. Why isn't it? Snake is back in the latest installment of the critically acclaimed series from director Hideo Kojima. Top secret weapons technology is being mysteriously transported under cover of an oil tanker to an unknown destination. Armed with an arsenal of new weapons, supplies, and stealth maneuvers, it is up to Snake to infiltrate the transport and keep this deadly weapon of mass destruction from falling into the wrong hands. Nice. It's a stealth game. Infiltrate enemy areas without being spotted. Yep. Oh, that is so cool. Face a wall and press to fly against, depending on the direction. Press the left bumper to move around. Well, press left bumper near a corner to peek around the corner. Nice. Press R1 to switch to first person. While in first person, press L2 to take steps left and right. To equip. This is a cool... You went on a run? Nah, this is the Solid Snake bandana. Also, I see that the fishing is not doing its job for whatever reason. Hang on. Oh, that's why. Give me a second. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so I need to do... Alright, so... Fishing for het 3 times. And then fishing for... Night Sky. Did Night Sky do any fishing? Yes, they did. So, yeah, there's 4 fishers on the line. All right. I'm just gonna really quickly read the instructions, okay? Can use weapons in first person. Together, look at when using the M9 tranquilizer. It's a good idea to make a shot in first person. If you can hit them in the head or around the heart, they should go down in 1 shot. Is going to call for backup on the radio. Get out of there quick. This is cool. Snake, just keep hiding there until the gauge at the bottom reaches 0. Peeks out in the duck, moves out of the way, and avoids being seen. Oh, they can look in the ducks now? Oh, damn. Okay. Alright, so... So, punching or cancel, crawling and confirmation, weapon button, action button, codec mode, lock on, first person, equipping item, equipping thingy-madiggy, moving around, walking and running, pressing triangle, Hanging, you can press Y while facing, you'll be able to climb over the hang down from the left side, moving left and right. Sticking to walls. While up against an auto and make a noise, will be drawn to the noise. Aha. To grab the handle, press to turn the handle, open door. If you repeat it while turning the handle, it will move faster. Yep, cool. Okay. Climbing, accessing nodes, fighting to throw inflicts greater damage than regular punch. Choking enemies. Press square without touching to put them in a chokehold. Show signs of escaping your eye. Quickly tap to regain your grip on them. Keep tapping with the enemy to put them to sleep. You can also move when near a downed enemy. Okay, so you can drag them now as well. Hey there, Super Mario. I'm just reading the instructions real quick, sorry. Ammo you'll obtain that can be used as a weapon. And then thrust forward. Okay. Ding. Alright. Also, where's my friend Cat?
Hello!
Hi, Goldie. Sorry, I'm just about to get started on the game. I'm sorry. I just need to do the needful. Excuse me. Where is... There's my tabs and such. Oh, you reached a 3-day streak. Nice work there, Super Mario. Yeah. You're the best GrantZeebs you ever met, and I hope you continue to be as always. I will do my best. Lord knows is that there are many instances that I fail. Ding dong. Okay, so this is, so it did a loading of like the HD thingamadiggy there. Kojima Productions. Excuse me. There we go. I've been putting on quite a bit of weight, but I don't want to deal with my diet. I just want to, you know, have hamburgers and burritos and pizzas and what have you, but not any of the weight gain, which is really annoying. The best way to avoid that and still have the food would be to, like, you know, exercise a huge ton, but that has not worked in the past, and it is not working now. Excuse me. Oh, this is a crazy opening. No idea who Vanessa Marshall or any of these people are. Or Paul. Oh, that looks like Revolver Ocelot. He looks older. I need to remember that they've mentioned to us nanomachines, or like there's already like nanomachines in our blood or something like that. And like this is set after the events of the first Solid Snake game. So we've already like defeated the Metal Gear Rex or whatever the fuck it was called. So Liquid Snake is dead. Well, I guess he's just called Liquid. And then we saved the girl and Emmett, or whatever the fuck his name was. but then there was like, you know, Revolver Ocelot was, you know, doing some sort, like he accidentally killed the DARPA chief or something like that because they were trying to get some information out of him, but I think it was to protect his identity. Like Revolver Ocelot was like, I think a double agent or something like that, so he was with these, he was in the first game for like Foxhound or some bullshit. But I don't know what it is now. You can understand that. You just want to have all the good stuff without the back ad things as well. Yeah. Stuff like that. And I have no fucking idea who she is at the end. That long-haired lady. No idea. Oh, okay, so it's the HD edition. Alright, oh, okay, so they've changed the button thing. Because I remember I had to press the circle button to, like, play it and such. Now it's just like, tanker plant, tanker... What's the difference? Radar and Sons of Liberty does not appear during intrusion view. Radar and Sons of Liberty appear during intrusion view. I'm gonna guess... It automatically selected, like, Type 2, so I'll go with Type 2. The story is fictional. Any and all similarities to characters, groups, or entities in real life is purely coincidence.
2 years ago, we had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses have been out in the cold too long.
Uh-huh. I'm guessing that's Snake in the trench coat thingy-majiggy, the poncho. That's what it's called, the poncho. Don't litter! God damn this. What year was this released, chat? When was Metal Gear Solid 2 released? What the? What? And he had a rope on him already? Where is he going? So last time it was in Alaska. This time we're in what sounds like New York, because he says Hudson River. That never happened before in the previous game. I'm guessing that's because of his, like, cool new, stealth suit? Which was what, Emmerich had in the first game. Toyota! Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Our boy, he's right on schedule.
Oh.
He'll know soon enough.
Well, that's Revolver Ocelot. There is so much more detail to the model this year compared to the last iteration.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
Oh, I could have relied on
Not
it.
so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mei Ling's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
Oh.
The mission objective
Hi,
is
Cap.
visual confirmation of the
Hey.
new Metal Gear being transported
Sorry
by the
about,
tanker and bring back
I
footage
kind
of
of
the
got locked into an art
But I
piece.
want you first to
Look,
go up to the top level
fair
of the
enough.
infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to
It can
find out
happen.
where the tanker is headed.
So, and what's more is like we had like a little chat before this, and it was like a of whether or not to be here or not, and it was like, and I didn't want you like having any like sort of worry of like whether or not I didn't want you here, because
I'll head to the
I
bridge
appreciate you being
ASAP.
here.
Try to avoid
Oh yeah, no,
confrontations.
I wanted to
Our
be
goal is
here. I
collect
just like
evidence on Metal Gear development and
You
expose
locked
too busy.
in. The
Too
titty had
locked
so
in.
much
Get out of there
detail. You were
without
like,
hurting anyone.
I need to
Don't
get that
worry,
done.
I
I
know
need to
the
get that
drill.
areola. Perfect.
Very good. Don't
okay.
you
How
forget
did
you're
you
part
fucking
of the
know
philanthropy
that I was focusing the areola?
anti-Metal Gear
I don't know. That was just a
officially
wild guess on
recognized
me.
by the UN.
Chat, you should
But
go
still
check
free
out
chat.
Capricious. Have you messaged in my chat at all, or?
All right, let's look at your gear.
Hold on. Wow,
Your
wow.
weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta
There we go.
M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check
Okay,
out the laser sight, too. The effects of the anesthetic
I'm not moving it.
vary depending
The
on
game
what
is
part
just
of the
doing all
body
this
you hit.
itself.
We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds
Yeah, it does
between
that.
hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment, hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't
Oh!
read the Surgeon General's warning, have you?
Hang on.
Here's the digital camera.
Hang on. Wait, did I accidentally skip the cut? Yeah, shit. Is there like a... No, there isn't. God damn it. Why is there... Let me pause the cutscene,
They
please.
don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely.
I wanted to
Hacked out
pause it
Pentagon's
just real quick and
classified files
show off
myself.
something I tried making.
Please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime
Give me a
these
sec, I
days.
need
I'd
to
say the
find the
cargo
thing.
holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters.
There's a prop I want to show off.
What?
Which should hopefully...
I know. There's been a murder.
Moeda.
Looks like
Murder.
we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon. How many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U.
So, there's a cigarette here, but as you can see, it's not a good one.
Russians?
Yeah, it's a bit far.
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair.
No marine barber has touched that head of hair. But as you can see here, there's a bit of a problem. This is using spheres to do the cigarette smoke.
Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
It's not perfect, as you can see. It's a bit...
Ah, the meme face.
Oh, he's doing like a slow turn? What the... What's up with that?
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. KA-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Camouflage.
I just know that just by the ear.
Killer whale.
He's so autistic.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the KA-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
Hang
This
on,
isn't
sorry
like
chat, I need
Shadow
to...
Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it.
I
There's
need
a
to
frequency set
get
aside
this
for
cigarette
it.
working.
140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
Just smoke it. Oh my god, why is there like... there's been so many skipped frames. Hang on. Show
We
slash
can't
hide.
catch a break, can we?
No, we can't catch a break, it seems. Let me just see of, oh no, it is skipping because of encoding lag for whatever reason. Hang on. Is it because of this? What is deciding to take all of my resources, I wonder? Because this, like, it's so much lag. Yeah, fixing that. Give me a sec. I need to figure out why there's so much encoding lag right now. Like, is it because the cigarette literally just caused too much problem? Let's see. Encoding overload. Consider tuning down video settings or using a faster encoding preset. I don't think I put it to a really high encoding preset this time around either, though. Like, it's just at normal, like, good quality right now.
I wonder what the deal is then.
It might have been the cigarette, honestly. Because, like, now it's doing fine after I removed the cigarette as a source from Vignon. That's honestly crazy that, like, the cigarette caused so much problems.
It really just said, we don't promote the use of smoking
Nah.
at Vignon.
Yeah, very much so. Final Fantasy 14, maybe? Nah. Alright, so... I'm trying to think, is there a way for me to, like, force the because there's probably going to be, like, a few seconds delay, so, like, if I say... So, sync... Hang on, let's see how quickly... Because if I go to my thingamadiggy right now... Because this is one of the problematic problems, is, like, when you do have, like, a high, like, amount of... What's the Mahuzi thing? Yeah, already my guy, like, I'm looking at him. Advanced video stats. Latency to the broadcaster is 2 seconds. Buffer size is 2 seconds. I can see, like, it does not have... If it is, then damn, that cigarette needs to be quiet. Yeah, no, the cigarette is, like, absolute, like, just not having a good time. Is there a way for me to... OBS restart streaming. I think there's a system. Because, yeah, I want to figure out how to, like, refresh the stream. Or to restart to OBS. Launch, ensure you have the correct thingamadigs. What if OBS freezes? Simple restart contemporary. How do I unfreeze a program that's not responding? Because, yeah, I don't know how far back the, because I could, like, restart in safe mode or something like that. Hello? 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's about 7 seconds. So that's a bit better. 7 seconds is a lot better than a minute.
7 seconds. 7 seconds is
7.
all the time I have to play with you.
That's all the time I have.
7. My favorite number. Chris. Do you like the number 7, Chris?
Alright, here we go. And then... Okay, so I can do that. Grab some chafe grenades. Nice.
Chafe grenades.
What the...
Snake, it looks like that door can't be opened from the deck. You can infiltrate the ship through other doors.
Arr. Oh.
So what do you think of these two's gay homosexual relationship?
Requesting backup.
Oh, shit. Hang on.
Snake, do you know what day it is?
I don't know. Hang on. It's at this point. Where's the... No. There we go. Restart game. Yep. There's been a lot of break, and I already see it skipping because of frame lag. Why in the world? Why
Maybe
my
you
PC?
stopped streaming to me.
Yeah. Hang on. Let me see if I can change the quality so it's like instead of 1080p, it's like 720 or something like that. Cause yeah, it's dropping a few like. Because there was like a moment of like skipped frames due to encoding lag, and it's like, Gma. Hi there, Tin. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for, you know, stopping by and chatting and such. It's been so great to chat with you, and I'm so sorry I wasn't able to like stick around for longer or like invite you to the like into the streaming channel or what have you. All right, actually, since you're here, Cab, you can explain what is the difference between tanker, and plant? Like, is there a difference?
Tanker is the first, like, stage of the game. It's like the prologue. Plant is, like, the actual, like, you get into it. So if you play just Tanker, it's just the Tanker mission. And if you play Plant, it's just the Plant mission. Tanker Plant's the full game.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, because it automatically hovers on tanker plant, and I was like, okay, that must be the default option.
River. 2 years ago.
All right, so we've already seen that. So then we skip to this.
This is Snake. Do you read?
Like they didn't need to make it this highly detailed to get like the comm radio. And then I can do all this because they're just talking about how Revolver Ocelot leaked the plans to
visual
Metal Gear.
Being transported
I leaked your nudes, Snake.
But I want you first to go up to the top level.
No, Sir Dragon, no, don't leak my nudes. Not my chesticles.
There's too much we don't know about this new program.
Snake, your boobies are... Snake, your boobies are
We
so...
don't even know how close it is to
What was the MGS1 Otacon? Fucking...
I can start to draw some reasonable
You're pretty good.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Oh, okay, so we're like
But still free.
privatized. Interesting.
Yeah, we don't want to be part of...
Let's look at your gear.
What was the
Your weapon is a
MGS1 team again? I
tranquilizer gun
forgot.
Converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body
hopefully
is
Tin
hit.
is going
We're talking about a
good.
difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake? Cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
Honestly crazy that it was at this point that we had like all the streams, the stuttering and what have you, and it was just because I wanted to show off a cigarette that I had in the past, and it didn't like the particle system.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please. I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember,
It's so
there's
sassy.
a price on our heads.
You're
Oh,
just being
please. I'm
paranoid.
too good for that.
Wait, why is there a price on our head if we're in an organization
Wouldn't
that's
think there were anything but
anti-Metal
civilians
Gear,
from
recognized by the UN?
Ships passing on the river and in the harbor,
Good
putting uniformed
question.
Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from riverside.
Like, is it just a case that, like, the US military just doesn't like
According to the
the UN in this
ship
weird
should have
reality?
discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no
In
doubt
this
about
weird
it.
reality,
The
you
military
mean?
trains you to watch
Yeah.
for threats from the stern on a boat.
I don't think the US likes the UN in general.
Terror ops too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What?
All right, so there's one of the Russians. I would be moving around like that in Shadow Moses if I had a knife.
Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon. How many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U.
There's our Russian.
Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair.
Ushanka.
Who?
I'm transmitting a photo.
That's
Let's
the
get
hat.
ID
It's
on
a
ASAP.
Ushanka.
Ah, okay. I just call it like a deerstalker thing.
Funny meme.
Funny
face.
meme.
Funny meme.
Funny meme.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now.
Oh, because we needed to zoom in on Snake's ear.
Yeah, it's because he's being autistic and he can identify a chopper by how it sounds.
By sight and hearing because of the nanomachines in his blood.
Aren't they some kind of military
Yeah.
commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the
I
KA
cummed all the
62,
fox dye out
the
of my
civil
penis
model.
with marrow.
Snake. All
And then I
we
broke
need
up
is the
with her and
photographic
went to be
evidence
with
of
my
Metal
true
Gear.
love on a
As long as we
con.
have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like
Oh,
Shadow Moses.
This.
Reach me if anything happens.
Thank you, Zephyr, for being my number one biggest fan.
How can
Sorry,
I check
Tanmux,
and
you're no
save
longer my biggest fan.
progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
No Chinese
I'll
proverbs.
be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You
I'll
need
be
to
real with you, I
off
was
that
not
ship
paying
by
attention to
I'll
the
be in
Chinese
touch.
proverbs.
Snake, you must listen to the proverbs.
Alright, so...
Sun Tzu said, to beat your enemy, you must come in your enemy.
Are you sure? No, Daniel-san, you must take back
No,
shots.
Daniel-san. To defeat your enemy, you must
Oh, okay,
come
damn it, that's a
your
waste of
enemy.
a bullet.
How are you liking the controls?
It's a bit weirdy for now.
Now you have an analog stick.
But I don't have crosshairs, which is probably the more annoying thing right now.
Yeah. You're gonna have to do it like they used to do it in Halo Lesser. Like you stick a post-it note or a piece of tape with a crosshair on it.
Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Anything here? Oh, cool. Something to lower my blood sugar. Or my heart rate, sorry. Does that kill him or just knock him unconscious?
That's just unconscious.
Cool.
Also, you remember how that was called diazepam in the previous game?
Snake,
Something like that.
go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the
You were number
action
1 for
button
30 minutes, 10
repeatedly
bucks.
when you turn
Yeah,
the handle.
good
Make sure you
effort.
keep
Good
the
effort.
button
I need to put like a photo or something like that up in this room for who the number 1 What's Mahoozy is, so then that way you all have an opportunity to see it.
I need to find the diazepam in the wiki. Because I know they removed it for a reason. It might have been because of like legal stuff.
Yeah, because I know, like, one of the things I've learned is, like, they've gone and changed all, like, the health packs, so instead of it being, like, the red on white background, they're now green on white background, because they were like, oh, we don't want the,
That's a war crime.
No, it's because it's a copy, like, the red cross is a copywritten, org is why.
Oh, he noticed you. It's because diazepam is an opioid, and I didn't want to.
Ah, okay.
Oh, diazepam's fucking Valium.
Alright, hang on. Need to wait for him to...
Snake was taking straight Valium to beat fucking Sniper Wolf. You know, you can play a gun at him to, like, make him shit his jorts. You point your gun and he goes, freeze.
Alright, so now I'm in the crew lodge. This is a very crazy kind of tanker where it has like marble floor and shit. So if I go, like... Hang on.
Go behind him and point your gun.
Sorry, I'm still in that stealthy because, like, I don't know, it just doesn't work perfectly for me, the whole, like, you know, because, yeah, his gun's not out, like. What in the world? Is he sleeping?
He's sleeping on the job. Point the gun at him. He's stinky.
Okay, so what do I do? So do I just go square?
Freeze. I think so.
Oh, so I have to hold the square to...
If you go in front of him and you like point at his balls, he drops his stuff.
Okay, so I have to hold the square so I get the little, like, thingamadiggy. Okay, that makes a little more sense.
Freeze.
That makes a little more sense. Okay. Alright, so we have more MP9 bullets. Cool. Alright. Don't know why I stared there, but okay. I love how he's, like, so dainty, like, over him. Let me just pick you up. Does this count as a kill that because of the whole snapping neck thing?
I think you snapped his neck.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, you did. Otherwise, if you didn't, he'd have ZZZs on him. So yeah, there goes your no-kill run. Restart the game.
Considering I now know how to do like a tranquilizer shot, yeah, tempting, but no. Can't go that way, so our only option is to go... Unless, hang on a second. Is there like a vent? So there's a ration, cool. No, there isn't any obvious vents or anything like that, so... I'm just gonna... Because the only other door is... Oh, I can't go that way. What the... Life detecting, vibrates on enemy approach, cigarettes. Okay, so I don't have an access card.
Oh, card keys.
Yeah, no card keys. Lol. So, alright. We'll get back out from here. So back here. No. Now I shoot the camera? No. Damn it. Did I? Yeah. I just, like... Oop.
Ladies and gentlemen, GrantZeebs, the gamer. And his epic video gaming moves.
Oh. Most certainly gonna be a reset the game kind of thing, isn't it?
At least now you can skip the cutscenes.
Yeah. Resetting the game. But yeah, now we have the critical information.
Do you think we should have a counter?
A reset counter or number of times? Are we told at the end of like how often I've done like the thingy-majiggy? It's alright. Just go with the default settings of like normal difficulty and all that.
The Hudson.
And then skip this. And then ding 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 ding. So we got a digital camera.
Let's look at your gear.
Got the pistol, the digital camera. He does the head turn meme. And then we get our codec frequencies. Okay, so there's a guy up there. Alright, so... Go. Grab you. Interesting that after dragging him for a little bit...
Snake.
Oh wait, hang on. There was something else here? Yes, there was. We can't... That was a lucky hit. And then we'll just drag you further away from whoever. Where is he? There he is. So much stealthier now. Look at the stealth. No, Sir Dragon!
Yeah.
So much stealth. And then we get... Alright, so nothing over here. Rations over here. Nice! So this one opens. Wonder where this leads. Okay, so this gets to the crew on port side. Oh! I guess we're going in the right direction because we got a cutscene for that. Never mind. Alright, so that guy is there. Alright, grab you, and let's pull you over into the lockers. I know it's a little bit of a distance, but I kind of want that guarantee that you're not going to be woken up. Also, Jesus Christ, Snake has a very pronounced ass.
Yeah.
Like that's
We've been there.
Like that kind of crazy. Like there was so much uplift to this model compared to the last game, but god damn, they cheeked our boy up. Look at him. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak around, but I'm dummy thick, and the clap of my ass cheek keeps alerting the guard. Alright, so that don't open. What about... Alright, cool. So this goes through. Ooh, okay. Now I need to wait for the other guy to pop up. Thankfully, he's not looking at the what's-in-a-koozie guys, so... Oh, am I back where I was previously now?
Pretty much.
I don't remember there being 2 guards in this area. Crazy.
Freeze. More.
No.
Bro. And then just drag him around a little bit. Get some rations. So we can't open that door. And looks like there's a door over here. Yep, there's a door over here we can open. Okay, why are the flies following me? This is bullshit.
Because you're stinky.
Okay, now they're not following me, which is good. Okay, so this gets us to... Wait, wasn't I here previously?
It's the enemy. Hunt you down.
What's going on? Respond. We've lost communication with the aft deck. Backup unit, check it out.
Darn it. Okay, hang on. Are you kidding me?
Unable to locate the A1 soul. Nothing else to report.
Okay, so he was over there. Damn it. So that won't open. Let's move him out of here. So if they're asleep, then they're gonna come back awake when I go back into the old area.
pardon me.
Looks like. Not to worry. Not to worry.
My own codex ringing.
Oh, okay.
Hello?
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Right in the eye.
Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. Okay, so he's not giving me anything. Okay, back. So that's the crew lodge again, which we don't need. He's still sleeping, which is fine by me. Alright, so we can't go there. So we go upstairs, which leads us to Deck C, where we get met with the camera. I feel like we can't... Okay, cool. So we can still, like, go under the camera's, like, radar kind of thing. There we go. There we go. We're getting the hang of it. Hi there, Icy. Glad to see you're getting into the stealth feels as well with the cardboard box. So... Nothing... So our only direction is up the stairs. Alright, here we go. So now we're at Deck D.
Snake, wait! Don't move!
What?
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly.
Oh.
Plastic explosives. If you
That's
trip the
terrible.
sensors-
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right. There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives. If you
How?
need to see exactly where the beams are, you can use
The
usual
poison. The
method.
poison. That's the
There's a
poison
fire
for Cusco. The
extinguisher
poison
over
specifically
there.
meant for
Break it
Cusco.
open and try scattering
Cusco's
some of
poison.
the extinguishing chemicals.
I missed what he said. He said something about the chemicals. The orange, watermelon, and flower. Cardboard box of oranges. Nice.
One would even call it the orange box.
Alright, so... Absorbent to stop bleeding when having it selected in the window. So...
I wonder what that could do.
I have an idea. First...
But be careful. Good shot. That's my boy. I didn't even have to tell you what to do.
because he said something about the chemicals, and I was like, oh, he must be talking about those chemicals. Oh, never mind. Okay, cool, so we are going in the right direction. Z box. Z box. But I don't like oranges.
You know who else has an orange box?
Valve with the orange box pack.
Le Valve.
So it is the Kasatka. Russian choppers.
They look really fucking sleek, but why don't they have landing struts? Do they honestly just sit on their body? Like, that's kind of crazy.
I think they're retractable.
Ah. So other than the one guy where we were able to stop him before the alert, and we accidentally got an achievement for shooting the radio out of his hand. I didn't realize I could do that. It was a blinking you miss it.
The Kasatka only has retractable landing gear in the Metal Gear series.
Ah, okay.
Yes, I googled the Kasatka.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway,
I'll be right back.
Analysis can wait till
Sounds
later.
good.
Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
What was that noise? Is that a Russian bad boy? Is that a Russian babe? Is that a Russian babe? Tell me more.
Shalashachka has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go.
Wait, did they model her with armpit
There is
hair?
no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild?
Yes, they did! Kojima, you progressive bastard!
Damn it.
Kojima, I didn't know what your game was.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. A woman. Show your face.
A woman.
You're all the same.
Who are you?
Olga, girl. Girl.
Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too.
Equal opportunity fighter.
What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining.
That was a little sudden, I'll
Not
be real
too
with you.
shabby, is it? New York, I mean.
Wait, there was a bullet in the knife?
And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either. I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything, all the bad and all the good. I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me. Take this! Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
I have not done anything in this firefight. Right in the tit. Let's go. And in the head we are. In the head again. There we go. Okay, so I can do that. Gotcha! A lot of them have been in the arm, and I had one boob shot, but we did it. Lights out.
Cipher. Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Okay. Now we know how to pronounce that name.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians.
I'm back.
Now the
Welcome back.
Army?
We shot
This isn't gonna be
Olga Gerlovsky,
Snake.
and
There's
Damn,
something
you already
I have to
did?
tell you.
What?
she
We
fired at
didn't dig
us.
up this info about
Yeah.
the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
E.E.?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind.
So wait, this is his
There's
sister?
really no one out there who knows about her.
Possibly.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
Alrighty. The temptation to throw her off board, but I don't think there's a place for me to throw her off board, so... Hey, nice! Olga Gerkulovich. Animal control. Collect a dog tag. Nice.
Also, Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be... This is gonna happen a lot.
It's a big Russian name.
Gerlukovich. There is... I hate to break it to you, but there is way too many, people can note multiple instances of me not getting a name right. Oh, he's walking around. Okay. So, here we go. Here we go, and...
Yeah, the aiming system ain't the best, isn't it?
Nah, it's difficult. Just need to wait for him to turn the corner, and then... I'm just gonna shoot him in the leg. Never mind. There we go. I didn't kill him.
Yay.
Yeah. Alright, so now if I pick him up, and then I'll give him a bit of a wiggle. Just hopefully... Nah, doesn't drop anything for me. So where am I? Probably should have listened to the... Alright, so more bullets. What's Otacon's thing? What does he want me to do?
This is the bridge, but it's not just...
In a modern navigation, continues to... Probably best to leave it alone.
Do you want to save, Snake?
Might as well save here while we can. There we go.
Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three
So-
Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart.
Thank you, Autogon, for the motivation, but that's not necessary. You can count it. Great. Great work. Alright.
Thanks, Octagon.
Thanks, Octagon. Because we were originally here. And then... looks like we can go upstairs. Is there any benefit for being up here, is the question. Oh! Data! I think that's what that sign means.
I think that's Phi.
Oh. Goes to show what I know. Hey! Nice! Thermal something or other.
I think it's Phi, at least.
Thermal goggles. Nice.
Yeah, it's Phi. How'd I know that? Kamen Rider.
Is there any way for me to, like, go down the stairs faster, or... Nah, it's probably gonna be the same speed, isn't it? Because I'm gonna be real, I've kind of forgotten what Autogon wants us to do now.
I need you to find Metal Gear.
Alright, I guess we're finding Metal Gear then. Oh, so he's on the other side of that thing in the diggy now.
What's that?
Is there a there's a security camera here, isn't there?
Yeah.
Most likely, yeah, because it's sweeping left and right, so...
You can probably get past it, though.
Maybe, I don't know. And then... Yeah, so it was just there earlier. So now we've avoided that completely. rations are full. Tempting as it would be, I don't think using a chafe would help. And then, oh yeah, this is where we went for the box. It's crazy to think that in the army, like, oh, what the?
It's the enemy. I need help.
How?
You pull it off?
Like, where did they come from is the question.
Downstairs, it seems.
Oh my god.
Huh?
Oh, god damn you. Am I likely to go through this again with and try and have it so I don't do the alert? Maybe. I don't know.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck C. Secure the stairs.
Oh no, and they're making it.
It's him. Everyone, stay on guard.
Understood. Deploy search team to the portside staircase. Deck B. Increase security precautions.
Nah, won't let me move that.
Grant, go.
Yeah. Ding. Don't. Nah, doesn't give me anything. Okay.
Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Yeah, so that just leads me there. So then he's there. So I guess suspect to the crew lodge. Okay, so he's going like full back and forth. So lucky shot.
Freeze.
So no point going in that direction. No idea where this leads me. True. Oh, and now there's like a different, You're surprised Grant is being stealthy, Masonic? You shouldn't be. It's stealth because there's no one awake to witness me. Loud stealth. Is that what it's called? Maybe. Come on. Get back here, and then... There we are. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to go this way? This gets us down to a lower level. There we go. We get stun grenades. Hey, look at that! Now we get to the engine room. And...
Raven?
That does look like Vulcan Raven to me, honestly.
I think it might supposed to be.
Freeze. Move! Hello!
Could you... God damn it, why do you have to move his head like that? Hi there, Lord Secret Spy. There we go. Am I even going the right way? Probably not.
Exploration's a part of the game.
Exploration. Questions about the game shall be explained by playing the game, I suppose.
Indeed.
I don't know if they were expecting me to be able to, like, just snipe most people with the fucking, with the tranq pistol, like, every which way.
That or sneaking past them.
Yeah.
Who's that?
I can't respond for him. Oh shit.
Situation is normal. All clear.
Oh my god.
I just pull that off.
It was nothing.
Oh, that did it.
Oh, never mind. You're fucked.
That would have done it. Alright, hang on. I know what I'm doing now. I know what I'm doing now. Is it saves coming? We don't know. So, hit the start menu, and then we go load game. We load the game that we had. Here we go. So this is where we were. Do I still have my thermal? Oh, we got a wet box now? Oh no, where's my thermal? It's not here. Where'd my thermal go? I had a thermal. God damn it, game. Well, it goes to show I didn't save in the right spot. Ah. Alright, so there's the thermal goggles. I wonder, would the thermal goggles work on that Semtech nonsense? Maybe.
Probably.
Bless you.
Thank you.
Okay, so rapidly pressing triangle does speed it up. And then we go back down this way. Alright, so I just need to wait for him to... Now to see whether or not... Yeah, the thermal shows it. Nice. Just move you here real quick. Is there anything under here? Thought I saw some. No, there isn't. Okay, cool.
Who's there? Enemy sighted. Requesting backup unit.
Damn it. I've got it in my head too much because of the ranking I got last time I played this game of like the continues and the alerts and all that. It's stuck in my head now of like, oh hey, you want to be stealthy, don't you? You want to get a good grade, don't you? It's in my head.
Yeah.
I don't like that it's in my head now. Alright, so loading the data, grabbing the... grabbing the thingamadiggy, so I need to remember to go back outside, pick up the thermals from upstairs, and then... So, grab you. Hi there, Angrel! Angrel, I got some terrible news. I am save scumming. I've made a save just after the fight, and because of the whole, like, wanting to try and, like, not alert stealth too often, I am now doing the whole, like, reset the game, load in, and all that. And I'm trying to minimize how many times I use the save as well. If that makes you enjoy it. It's not that it makes me enjoy it more, it's that it's gotten into my head that I am going to be ranked on this. That there's going to be a designation given to how well I do the, how well I play this game now. Oh, I didn't realize there was, like... Alright, there we go, come on. So that's the problem, is, like, now there's a part of me that's like, oh, I need to do well. Alright, so we got the thermals now.
Who's that? Enemy sight. Requesting backup unit.
God damn it. How did you... Now comes the fun bit. Here we go, here we go, here we go. And... Yep. Jesus. I almost rolled into that. Okay, cool. So I need to, like, pick him up and drop him again in order to get the thingy. Alright, here we go. So that guy is going to pop back out shortly. And he's about yay tall. Come on. You did love this game back in the day? Oh, did you, Angrel? Nice, nice, nice. Alright, no point in waiting for him. Oh boy. Alright, let's avoid the camera. There we go. Alright, so then we go down here. Alright, so we don't have too many people on high alert right now, which is good. That's what we want. There we go. Thank you for the bandage. And then this gets us
Sipping
to
Time
the,
sponsored by Raya Burr.
Thank you, Raya Burr. Alright, so he is going all the way across. There we go. Now I just need to get him behind the bar. I'll do the self-care in a minute.
Also, shoot the ice tray, Trust.
Hang on. Just... There we go.
Wait, no, you go wait, Trust.
Why do I gotta wait?
You gotta see the next gen ice physics.
Oh, could not care. That's not why I'm playing this.
It melts in real time.
I'm not one of those people that are like, oh, I love that the balls of the horse shrink when I go through the water. It's like, could not care less about that kind of physics nonsense. You know what I care about? That the horse moves. That the horse runs. That's what I care about.
Bro can't handle next gen ice physics.
Raven.
I'm on the clock here.
You got punked. You got punked.
God fucking damn, I did.
Also, take your camera out. Take a pic of it. Trust.
Good.
Good, he says.
Good.
How come I can't pick up the bullets? There we go. Alright, so you can hide in lockers for whatever reason. And I can't pick up Falcon for whatever reason.
Freeze. Move.
Alright, so they...
Yeah, BRB.
Not to worry. There we go, got some empty bullets. Alright, here we go. But why? Oh, hang on a second. Let me pause. Let me do some stretches and get some water in me. Sorry, what was the question, Velk? But why? But why what? Why does the game... Why is there a game aim that, like, you know, when you're riding your horse, there's, like, you know, the physics engine is just so detailed that the balls of the horse will shrink when you go into water? Is that your question? Why does that exist? Why is there a naked guy poster on the outside of the locker? It's for all the it's for all the jocks to view and enjoy. All right, so he's up there. Oh, he's down there. Okay.
What's that?
Oh my goodness. Fuck's sake, that was a close one. This is the guy that ruined it for me last time, and like, this is just pure luck that I was able to... It was just pure luck. Come on, drop your pants. Give me your items. There we go. Thank you. I wish there was a quicker way to search these guys. There we go. Nice. Can't go that way. What? Oh, okay.
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol in the small room on the port side.
Don't need you interrupting. Come on, dude. But yeah, like, last time I was in this particular area, like, that guy decided to go up the stairs. He found a guy that was unconscious, and he decided to, like, call the alert, which was very unfortunate. Mm-hmm. Oh!
Snake, there's another set of infrared sensors in place. If you touch that, the explosives will detonate and that ship will be pulverized.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry.
Take a close. Do you see the thing with the blinking green light next? That's the control. Destroy that and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out. Won't work. The USB you picked up should do the trick. Oh. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was really close to letting that explode.
Snake, what's wrong? Snake! Snake!
They said the blinking green light! See, there's a... Oh, it's... Oh, come on. Where's the... So there's the explosives there. Alright, so there's that green light, and then where's the next one? Where is there's just Semtex all the fucking place, and I need to find a green blinking light. Jesus. Oh boy. I think I found it. Alright, cool. Did it. This game was ahead. It very much was ahead of its time. Normally, games like these would give you like way more tools for that particular thing there, but I think Kojima was clever in minimizing our tools.
Scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Just in case. Just in case there was like another let me just move you out of the way. So yeah, good thing I put the thermal goggles on periodically so I can see what the fuck I was doing. Come on. You have ammunition on you, dude. Give me the ammunition. Alright, let's have a look, let's have a look. Let me get you into the darkness. But yeah, as you... Like, I can do stealth, chat. Like, it's not like the wildest, like, thing. Like, I can do stealth. It is not a... It is not like the craziest, possibility. So, there we go. M9. Thank you. Alright, here we go.
Just in time.
I didn't fuck up on the stealth this time around.
Congrats.
I almost lost it back in the engine room again, but we're good now. Although it looks like there's a number of these guys. I don't know if I can take them all at once.
Colonel, we have sealed the stern hatch. The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence. Yes, sir. We will secure
Does he
your
not
exit
see?
with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter. Keep her safe.
Oh, we've done none of that. They have failed on that one at the very least.
Mm-hmm.
Who goes there?
Aim for the lights.
You just let him walk up on you like that.
I don't know how they... Did they want me to go loud on this one?
Snake?
A little bit.
Aim for the lights.
Because here's the problem, is that it can attach suppressor. Quickly with laser thingamadiggy. You know what? I just decided to use a normal fucking pistol with the last three. Oh
Yeah.
no. Oh, people died. Oh god.
Who goes there?
That ain't good.
Oh, Shalashaska.
Shashka.
Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel. What the?
Oh, Revolver Ocelot. That's...
Yeah.
I was wondering who the fuck they were talking about. Wasn't he missing an arm?
Wasn't he indeed?
Yeah. Maybe they've just done like
Colonel will be joining you soon.
cyber nonsense. Maybe that's what they did.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses.
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed?
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
7 minutes.
Remember, Snake,
that's all I can...
7 minutes.
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
We initiated development of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear. With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment,
Metal Gear is the mech. Yeah.
on the globe knows the
Yep.
specifications
Metal Gear's a
of
mech.
Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player.
Oh, was I?
But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen.
Where the fuck do they need me going?
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears.
You need to go, like, forward.
Their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact.
Alright, so...
It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. I have a daughter. It is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep under...
Wait. Oh, wait, no, this is the...
Its onboard joint tactical information distribution system identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
Woo! Okay, thank goodness. That's kind of funny, just seeing the military just being like, look to your right, and look to your left. Look to your right, and then to your left. Alright. So we needed the front, the top left, the top right, and the Marine icon.
Metal Gear.
You said that at the same time. Metal Gear.
This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature...
Good.
With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
What the hell is with that?
Intelligence
Oh,
that there
okay.
are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship.
That's annoying.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear,
Good.
we rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed...
I think Metal Gear names are always given, like, dinosaur things.
This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray.
It's
after
usually
the great
some
manta
sort of
ray.
animal.
Yeah.
Manta rays
Our ray
aren't
has a
animal,
sting that
like
nature never
dinosaurs.
gave the manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
You get a higher angle.
Yeah.
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense.
So I need
capability.
to...
NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. It is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests.
I'm gonna be annoyed if I have to, like...
This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight. The proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology are about to...
Damn, you got like 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah,
Not even.
I don't have a lot of time.
There are also...
Snake, respond.
The problem is like, I know where I can get the first shot, and then it's like, oh, and then we want top left and top right. And I'm like, but how do I get to, like...
Metal Gear is codenamed Ray.
You need to sneak past the guy.
Great manta ray. Our ray has a sting that nature never gave the manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
So there's
George
the first
Sears
one.
surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason
Hit him
given
with
did not,
the
of course,
track
include the
dot.
development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads.
Freeze.
But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up costing his influence in the...
Thank you. Wait, is this a ladder?
This new model of Metal Gear...
Apparently not. I thought it was.
Great manta ray. Our ray has a sting that nature never gave the manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
There's that.
There should be a ladder up.
Should.
I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind.
I think this is the
It
spot.
is an undeniable fact that there is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party,
So...
thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path.
So it obviously wants me to try and get...
Maybe one of the previous rooms had a ladder
The future of the country
to get up to that strut.
rests with you tonight.
Perhaps.
You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Right. Up. Right. Front. Left.
Snake, what's wrong? Snake! Snake!
This is a weird one, just because of like the.
Named Ray, after the
Yep.
great manta ray. Our
I think you've
Ray
already
is
got
a
those
thing
photos
that
there.
Nature never gave the manta.
See, I don't know why the camera.
This Metal Gear
So
we
it does.
can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses. The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community.
Because we're looking for something
This
that
new
says.
model of
There we
Metal
go.
Gear is codenamed Ray,
Oh.
after the great manta ray. Our ray has a sting that nature never gave the manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this
So many times.
You okay? Snake?
You're gonna need to Google like. Hang on. Cause like, yeah, I've lost.
model of Metal Gear
And I accidentally fired my gun.
Snake? Snake!
This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray. After the great manta ray. Our ray has a sting that
I have no idea what it's doing right now. Mounting. So it's mounting a file system. Logging in as root. Then logging in as Scott.
I'm watching a video on it, and apparently you can get it in two shot spots. I mean,
Okay.
but let me see if I can.
Let me just skip all this. Uploading. Let's see.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first image is... So...
Yeah, now there's nothing wrong with keeping it to... I mean, you know, it's your life. You're gonna have to take those Metal Gear photos now. The next image is... Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. Cover to right, you don't need to take another one. And the next one is... It's almost right, but not quite. So what was the last one? We already got a good one. 3 left to go. 1 each from the front, left, and front, and a close-up of the Marines lettering. Okay.
And you can get that from under the. You remember where to get that from, right?
I know how to get the Marines one.
as we never have before.
So, unless...
George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses.
I don't think that's the one.
That would be hilarious.
Did not, of course, include the development of Metal Gear
Robo-Tank.
and next-generation nuclear warheads.
To be fair, I've seen a lot of good porn of Ray.
There we go.
He was forced to resign after the failed cover-up cost him his influence in the political community. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely.
I wasn't focusing. I thought he said NFT technology. I was fucking scared.
To cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the
There you go. All done.
We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear.
Alright, let's see how we did here. Alright, skip all this. Uploading. Come on. Come on, come on, come on.
Looks like I have your photo.
This is great. The Marines lighting shows up. Next one is pretty good. We can definitely use the left shot. Hey, and there we go. Forget the photos and get out of there now. Cool.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
It's interesting they go from Rex, which ends in X, Ray to Y. I imagine Metal Gear Solid 3 will get Raz or something like that. Just to really hammer home lettering. Huh? Who the fuck is clapping? Wait, so all the Marines here have been oblivious to us taking over the tanker.
Us taking over the tanker?
Well, firefights in the tanker.
Of a good officer.
Yeah.
End of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska. Also called Revolver Ocelot.
Spaghetti cinema. Thank you. I missed what his first name that he dropped was. Shalaka or whatever?
Shalashashka.
Shalashashka.
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back.
Hi, Izzy.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay, I'm taking my mage.
Alright. Ooh.
Gerlukovich. Nobody move. Understood?
Cameraman sees an opportunity and he's just like, alright, hang on, I needed to get this right.
This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right.
I don't know who, hey Cap, do you think Revengeance Raiden has lower lips?
Who?
I don't think he does.
I think he could switch out his jaw.
Yeah, but
we're almost at the target.
He was built for military, which means like I doubt the military was like, you know what we need? Lips on this man.
Yeah, but then he'd be like, "This is Raiden. I don't have any lower lips, so I can't dictate quite well enough."
Well, hang on a second. This is Raiden. This is Raiden. I had no lower lip.
Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk.
I don't know, like
the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Is it?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back.
Oh, shocker.
Yes, returned to the Patriots.
Wait, to the who?
How's that possible? Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Gurlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War. Metal Gear only has room for one! Gurlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Neat.
What you say?
Ooh, only know when. Me and Cap just can't do this, can we?
Looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Okay, is it meant to be this slow? Oh, never mind. Okay,
Yeah.
we're back up to speed. And none of the Marines thought they should probably, you know, get a lucky shot, because that's a 6-shooter.
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
Oh, okay, so he's just...
No, that New York water's pretty fucking terrible.
And depending on the time of year, it's gonna be cold as fuck. How did you get up there, Ocelot? I want to know how he got up there now.
Because he's crazy.
Ocelot! Well, don't reveal yourself, Snake. That's not very stealthy of you.
Here comes the twist of a lifetime.
Wait.
It's been a while, brother.
What?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake?
No.
You're drowning in time. I know what it's like.
Oh, I did not expect that sound to be so long.
No one
Hi, lady.
Passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ew.
So.
Yeah.
Get out of my mind, Liquid!
So.
Wait.
So Liquid Snake's arm was grafted onto Revolver Ocelot, and
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man.
he's able to take over Revolver Ocelot via his arm.
50s when they created his copies.
He'll say it the best.
But I live on through this arm.
Oh my god. Liquid's arm.
I live on through this arm!
A Liquid Snake doesn't like Solid Snake?
Liquid Snake hates Solid Snake.
Are you familiar with the Metal Gear Solid series, Lady Alias?
If there's a liquid in this, there's a gas snake.
There's no gas snake.
Nah, there isn't. We haven't met them. Apparently, there was like 8 snake clones, and like during the events of Metal Gear Solid 1, we were told, oh, there was 8 clones, but in order to like make a perfect, like, you know, clone of like the big boss and what have you, they made it so that there could only be two of them, where one had all the recessive genes and one had the superior genes, and they killed all the other siblings in order to, like, you know, invoke like war or death in the remaining two. It was really fucking convoluted, like biology nonsense.
The secret snake pop out of nowhere, gas snake.
Or maybe
They
it
have
is a
to have
gas
all-
snake. Maybe we'll meet up against gas snake or whatever the fuck. They're
Oh wait,
there's
hold
gonna
on.
get there's gonna be like another
The
snake in
incredibly
this game.
gassy snake.
No, no, you made it bad. You made it bad.
You're going down, Snake!
Why?
This stream needs a hero.
No, stop. I'm getting pepper spray.
That's a reasonable response.
Wait, hold on. So there are 4 states of matter, so plasma snake would also be missing.
There's also poison snake, or venomous snakes as well. There's also constrictive snakes.
This is the states of matter. That is not a state of...
I feel like Kojima just picked the names just because they sounded cool.
And this one I'm going to call Diarrhea Snake.
You're getting nicknamed Ice Spice now. You've done this to yourself.
Think you the shit? You think you're the drink, bitch? You're not even the cup.
Am I seriously gonna fight a Metal Gear with like barely any weapons?
Jake's hot. He can get the...
Yeah. He'll do a backflip and he'll explode it, just like in Twin Snakes.
I don't like the way everybody's floating around. It makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, they're drowning, dude.
Yep.
Oh, shorty.
The shit is that? I thought the point of Metal Gear was that it was a nuclear launchable bipedal.
Yeah, this one has lasers.
Why the fuck does it need nuclear weapons when it just has a laser that just slices through metal?
Is that thing alive?
It's robotic. Like it did the same thing in like in the previous game when they did Metal Gear Rex. Like it decided to do like a thing, but that was because it was designed by Otacon, who was a bit of an anime nerd, and he was just like, oh, like you need to have this thing here, and it's like that sounds like a very, you know, obvious weakness, and he's like, it's not a weakness, it's a character flaw.
Proceeding as planned, sir.
So I may have to take the TTV out of my name in Marvel Rivals.
Did you put TTV in one of your usernames?
Did they start saying slurs in the voice chat?
No, somebody immediately hopped into my stream today. No, I haven't streamed in a while. But they hopped into my stream and talked about, oh my god, you were throwing on an invisible woman, and I'm just like, you literally stalked my stream to say that.
On the scene. The cipher was most useful.
Pretty well.
I look forward to tomorrow morning's newsflash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on
I
indefinite.
wish I could pause cutscenes.
Yes, of
but
course,
all I know is how to skip them.
President.
What? All right, I'm gonna take this opportunity. I need to put my watch on charge for a quick little bit, and I'll have an advertisement running because I need to, get the
I shall BRB as well.
Yeah. So, bit of a mix of a bathroom and piss break and all that kind of nonsense. Sorry that you got in during that stage, Lady Alias. Yeah, there is. All right.
It's
Oh
fine.
my gosh. We'll reconvene in approximately less than 3 minutes. 0.
I wonder who said I was throwing on Invisible Woman.
0 and 0. There we go. All right. So.
I'm curious because I was playing a lot of Invisible Woman yesterday.
And I'm gonna uncheck the face part, so then that way I can.
It couldn't have been on the 20th. It had to be on the 18th or the 19th.
So now we're in. So the Emperor has vored us, as Zyop has mentioned. Some of this. Okay. Why the fuck does he have a mirror all the way down? Because I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I don't know if this is just like a toxic gamer thing, but I feel like this is something very often with anyone playing a video game and what have you. If you see someone creating the username like, TTV at the end for like Twitch TV, we just it is just the assumption of like either they are putting way too much like focus into the game, or they're trying to be like comedic as F. It's one of those cases of we're either going to get the most toxic person or we're going to get like the most wasteful person is what's normally interpreted whenever you see a Twitch TV suffix at the end of usernames. Because quite frankly, like Shroud, for instance, doesn't do Twitch TV at the end. Ninja doesn't do Twitch TV. Like, more often than not, there isn't a benefit in putting in the Twitch TV at the end of your username for a video game. Because if you, like, it doesn't encourage people to go to your channel under, positive circumstances. So, there we go. That's why I don't have TTV at the end of any of my, like, username usage. I'm fortunate enough where I'm able to get GrantZeebs in, like, anything. Okami simplified them. I imagine Okami...
Oh, don't tell me they were talking about this match. I'm looking at my Invisible Woman matches. Yeah, no, I was not the problem for all of these. Hello? And this is yesterday, mind you. Oh, no.
Like I said,
so
people don't think positively of other users with TTV at the end of their username in video games.
Unless it was this one.
Alright, we should be back from the advertisements chat. Is Cap back, or are they still doing their thing? They might still be doing their thing. Scientists have had to make thousands of calculations to create the atomic bomb and determine its effects. Computers and atomic bombs, both products of World War II, grew up together. That is
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tank?
Not exactly true, but sure.
Of course. Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude buried 20
yeah.
miles offshore Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the
Another thing is a lot of Rivals players have a nasty, nasty ego.
That's not limited to Rivals. Like, that is a...
Oh no, I know, but out of all the games I played, this is the nastiest ego matches I've ever seen. Like, it's scurry.
Yes, Ribber, it is the VA for Grandpa Max from Ben 10. They used him in Metal Gear Solid 1 and back then as well.
Terrorist training squad of Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group and they have the big show.
I was being stupid. I wasn't even paying attention to the fact that you're streaming.
Yes! Okay, hang on. Before I go any further, are you aware that I am streaming?
I am now.
Are you aware that you are in a channel called Zebra Streaming?
Yeah.
So, like, you're one of the lucky peeps where you're still in this Discord because, friend, acquaintance, what's what have you. have you. So very limited numbers. So I didn't think of like doing a restriction thing in Medigi of like, oh, Himbros no longer get to join in the Zebra streaming channel.
Oh no. I always keep a filter on just in case because at least like 40% of my friends usually stream when they're in VCs.
Yeah. So if I'm streaming, it's going in the Zebra streaming channel. Like I'm going in there.
Gotcha.
Secondly, this is like some people are totally fine with this, but this is a pet peeve of mine in streaming and what have you, is when going through narrative like pushed games like Metal Gear Solid, hearing about like other games unrelated to the discussion isn't helpful.
Catastrophic levels of dioxin will be released. In other words, the base ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the.
It's nice that you're able to like pop in and say how your night's been going so far and what have you, but
you have 2 mission objectives.
I
gotcha.
Have you played through Metal Gear Solid?
Decontamination facility Big Shell and save
okay, this is gonna sound very odd because I've actually played like on my sister's console part of the way through, like randomly. She just had me play at one random part, and it's really fuzzy. I was like kid at the time.
Okay. Other than Metal Gear Solid 1, which I just went through like I started 3 streams ago and got that done last week, this is my first time playing Metal Gear Solid, like ever. Like I went through Phantom Pain or something like that. Is there a way for me to...
I'm now inside strut A of Shell 1.
That is not Snake. That does not sound like him.
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
That sounds like him in a mask.
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the Big Shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure
This guy's
nobody
a gamer.
sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your...
Okay, we already heard this, but yeah. No, so yeah, this is like my first time experience of like Metal Gear and such like that. Cap's with me in the VC because Cap is like, she's played through Metal Gear Solid in the past and what have you. And there's someone that like, you know, if I need to lean on like help or something like that, I can trust Cap to be the one to, you know, direct me in the right direction. That's why we're in here.
Shoot, let me leave y'all space then.
So,
good luck.
Nah, I appreciate that. But yeah, if I was in any other VC, oh, okay, she's gone. If I was in any other VC, then would have appreciated, but nah, I need to have that like pointed out. So, because if we weren't doing like a narrative like driven game, like I don't know, Marvel Rivals, Minecraft, or Friend Swap. If I was doing Friend Swap games or multiplayer games like Battlefield 6, War Thunder, and all that kind of nonsense, then yeah, we could shoot the shit, talk about all kinds of nonsense. But yeah, when it comes to a game like this, it's like I kind of want to stay within there on like either discussing of the game or discussing of a topic that the game brings up or that chat, like, and then if, you know, viewers like you, maybe you'll be able to bring up a conversation or topic or something like that, and then we go into the like the yapping moments and all that. So, where's Cap? No one but you will be able to hear it. Contact you if anything changes. First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell. There's an elevator at the far end of the area. Use that. Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research.
The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
It looks like he has like a bunny skull.
The hatch with a
On that,
circular
like, view.
handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
Nice. Alright. What the? What the shit? What is with all these bugs? That is a shit ton of bugs. Like, what the fuck? Is it because of the rations here that they were like... No, there's no...
Is it finally time for my twink boyfriend?
Raiden, yeah. And there's like all these Raiden, sorry. And there's like all these cockroaches, like just around different parts of this like ship. Like we just got control. So yeah, Lady Alice was not aware that we were streaming. Like look at this.
Oh.
So yeah, so because she means well, but yeah, I just had to explain like if it like we live, yeah, and it's like one of those cases of I kind of want to keep like the people I want in the VC are ones that are like relevant to the like they have prior experience to the game and such, so it's like sure like conversation and what have you, fun conversation, but at the same time it's like if I have a question or something is happening in the game, kind of helps if they are understanding of that sequence as well.
Yeah.
So because you were a lot of help. Hey, another ration. You were a lot of help during the first half of Metal Gear Solid and what have you, and then you know we got to like I think 2/3 of the way in, and then I got to a point of like I am now know more than you. Lol, he doesn't. He can only see perfectly through one of the holes.
Yeah.
But how do we get past him? You can just hear the bugs as well. It's just like...
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gorlukovich man.
Gorlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Yeah, great. And then he's just gone. Oh. Just getting rid of all the buttons. Wait, that looked like... Snake? What's he doing here?
It's impossible. He died.
I doubt that. I doubt that, considering there's a Metal Gear Solid 3 and a Metal Gear Solid 4, and I doubt they're gonna have, oh, because Solid Snake's eye was brought in into another person's body, Solid Snake has taken over this person.
Every sentry in the area.
How do you already know this?
Whoever he is.
What?
He's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for
How did you clock it?
You can take advantage of the situation and get to work.
He has an eye patch in Metal Gear Solid 4 and 3.
Did you say...
Although Metal Gear Solid 3 is a
Not
prequel, I believe, so not that.
Guys, who
Use
spoiled
the
him?
node
Who
to
spoiled
gain
him,
access
chat?
to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system.
Apparently,
uses
Cap, you're
biological
responsible for
magnetic
spoiling
fields
Metal
as
Gear
input.
Solid for me.
These estimated enemy
damn it, my
positions are
B.
projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use.
Did you say nerd?
The node unit is about 3 feet high. Should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node.
Nanomachines,
Complete the
son.
procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Alright. Oh.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Aw, crap.
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start.
Yep, this is totally fiction. That would not exist in today's age.
The ID system will not authorize the
As cool as it would be,
Russian weapons. How can they
like as cool as that would be, this would not be flying in the States to a level where it's like, ah, yes, even on the black market you'd get identity covering shit.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
Ah. Wait, is his hair clipping through the mask? Like, is it supposed to clip?
Nah, it's just coming out the back of it.
Ah, okay. That's not a very tight dive suit thing. Code name. Grant. Birthday.
What's your birthday, Grant?
October 12th. Okay, so it's going with the Japanese ISO, which is year, month, day. Nationality. Ukraine. I love how it goes UK, Ukraine, USA.
It makes sense. It's going by. Also, wouldn't you be US? Because you're the American.
Yeah. I was just saying. Look, I'll be real with you. Sometimes I don't feel good identifying as American. Sure, there are times where it's just like, yeah, USA, USA. But I'm gonna be real with you. That has not happened for many months right now.
Yeah, it's becoming few and far between.
Yeah, at some point, I feel like there's just gonna come a moment where we're gonna hit a breaking point where I'm just gonna be like, ooh, good thing I have another nationality under my belt called Australian, and I whip out the Australian passport, and I'd no longer be identified as a fascist or some bullshit.
Mm.
Blood on. Oh, this is now options. Oh, okay. Full screen. Captions are on. First was normal. Group them up. Equip/unequipped. Previously equipped it. Yeah, I'll keep it as that. Return to previous screen. Oh, automatic answer.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel.
Hmm.
The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden.
Wait, why am I getting this tutorial? I thought the point of me going through the tanker was that I didn't have to go through all this again.
Your radar isn't affected
But you're
by the
not
weather.
Snake.
But if
You're
you're discovered by an enemy,
Raiden.
you won't be able to use it.
Okay.
It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Autogon?
Jack, is everything all right?
Oh, no.
What are you doing
Who are
here?
you?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the
Raiden, stop being a little bitch and just accept that a woman is on the radio.
It's not just a woman. It's his woman.
I was trained
Well,
to fight. My personal
it's his
feelings
girlfriend.
have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack.
I'm just a normal girl who's got the security clearance to keep an eye on my boyfriend.
Immediate duties.
Jack,
is not
do you know what day it is,
Jack?
Jack?
His safety comes first to me, not the mission.
I need to watch Jack every
I will
single
be
move.
monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see.
If this wasn't with a military background, just imagine some woman just being like, I am watching your every move and I will chronicle everything that you are doing here because I care about you.
Could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a
Raiden.
save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
What?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
No, it ain't.
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
It's October 20th.
Keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
It's our 3-month anniversary, Jack. It was when I first found you.
What's up, Jack?
What's up?
What's up, Jack?
What's up, Jack?
Hang in there.
All right, I need to
Raiden, the enemy's...
find somewhere to hide until the elevator. You must stay out of sight. No, just let me.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
I don't know if being here is the safest spot. Although it will be nutty if it is. You're off to bed now, Sky? Not to worry. Cookie for Sky. Little...
Night Sky.
Night, Sky. There we go. I wish I could have punched them.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
What?
The hero of Shadow Moses?
Also, why is Raiden such a fucking bitch boy?
But he can't be the Solid Snake.
Readable
he
hips.
died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Snake wasn't the one who blew up the tanker.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
Did you see them?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment.
Okay. You know how I said I hadn't played any Metal Gear Solid games?
Get to a node.
Not entirely
Yeah.
true. I did play through Phantom Pain. This reminds me of the fucking oil tanker base we had in Phantom Pain.
Yeah.
Some bandages, and then... Okay, we need an M9. Where the fuck am I gonna get an M9 from? Oh, Jesus. Okay. Oh, and I have a limited grip. Hi there, Noah guy. Cookie for Guess I Know a Guy. Oh!
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Nice.
Excuse me while I just go to the save that I had like a mere minute ago. I thought pressing A would be the jump, not the drop. Considering I saved it like mere minutes ago, like...
Good catch.
That way it's not seen as like a continue. So, because there's already been like several continues. I wish I could see the stats ahead of time. Because I've probably already done like, you know, 20 of them or so.
Raiden.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter. Stay on the lookout.
Alright, so I got you. Oh, that's cool! Got like a fucking map now.
I might just scramble. I want to go and make dinner.
Fair enough, fair enough.
It's like 10 p.m.
Wait,
Good luck.
Oh, you're an hour ahead of me now. Daylight savings is now observed.
Yeah. Good luck. Have fun.
Thank you. Will do.
See ya.
Alright, so there's the elevator. So now I just need to wait for one of these guys to... There we go. Yeah! Daylight savings. Oh god. Yeah. So Australia has kind of started, but I live in Queensland where we don't need to deal with that bullshit.
I'm on the roof.
Which is really great, but yeah, I'm pretty sure there's like peeps that need to that have their like, you know, they need to do their thing. All right. So climb up here. Oh, shit. Okay, so you can literally just trip over bird shit. And that has happened on more than one occasion now. Okay, so I have to stand in front of it to open it. Alright, cool, so it is the triangle. Where could I go? No, so I can't go all the way that way, and I can't go... Oh, hello. That looks like there's a...
Raiden, look at that wire.
Yep, there we go. I missed that. I missed... Like, I could barely see that.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is
At least for West Coast US, it'll just be slightly sad. It'll get darker earlier. I like the sunlight. I can understand people liking the sunlight and such. I just could not care for the whole, you know, needing to turn the clocks back so you can have, like, you know, more sunlight. It's like, not for it. All right, so we've got that hole there, which means, is there a hole over here we can go through? No, doesn't look it. All right. Let's get through here. Crawling around. All right. No, so nothing here for me. So we go down the stairs. Oh.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Just let me break his neck.
Against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
There we go. That was the most Irish-sounding way of saying neck I ever heard. It's totally fine. All right. So We're at the FA connecting bridge. Oh, another surveillance drone? Huh.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Oh.
Intercepted?
What do they know?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack.
Oh, that's not good.
Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the president's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
All right. First problem. All right, cool. So we got some chaff grenade. Strut F.
Nothing here.
I'm sorry, why is there a titty mag up there? Damn it. MP9, excellent. We have bullets. Hey, and it's a tranquilizer too. Excellent. Alrighty. I can hear a heartbeat thingy because of the AP sensor I have on me.
Nothing here.
Alright, so this is the only way I can go. Oh, so I can get there from above or below. Okay. So I went from A, and then I jumped all the way to F.
Nothing here.
There we go. Alright, let me just grab you and move you elsewhere. Alright, do you have any ammo on you? There we go. Oh! Interesting, what's here? Okay, I didn't know this was here. SOCOM ammo. Oh. That's not good.
Encountered the enemy. Requesting backup.
Shit. Shit. Oh, that's not good.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Reinforcements are on their way to Strut F. Intensify the level of security.
Alright, some more chafe grenades. Oh boy. Maybe I'm at the wrong, like, because, yeah, this goes from A to F, so maybe...
Encountered the enemy. Requesting backup.
Alright. So this is strut A. Ah, and then this is strut AB. Ah! Yeah, that ain't good.
Right, what's wrong? Right,
Yeah, that was a shame. Well, okay, so I know where I can go for the... So what I could probably do is I can probably do the run from strut A to strut F, grab the pistol, get back out from F, and then go through to B and what have you. I just need to go through all that nonsense again. Because that pistol will be helpful. Yep, I am aware of that. So then we go here.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the perimeter.
I'll get it this time. Alright, so there's the elevator. And I just need to wait for that guy on the left to look at the other door. There we go. There we go. That did it.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Alrighty. So they want us to head to strut B.
First.
So grab you, drop down.
Right, and look at that white.
Okay.
Right.
Alright, so that's talking about the SEAL team. That's fine.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get...
Yep. Cool. Cool. Grab. Alright. Downloading. Done. Alright, so we got ration here. And... and then this was the chafe grenade. So now... so that's interesting. So that's different.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
God damn it! I thought he couldn't see me! And now we're on high alert. So we've had one alert so far.
Nothing here.
There we go. So there's those bullets. Now, is it on... So is strut A still on alert? Alright, so now we go to the AB connector.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right.
Don't forget to get keep decreasing during a hang. Once it runs out, you will fall. Yep, cool.
Who's that? Enemy sight. Requesting backup units.
I guess he wasn't expecting me to be there. Okay, I need to...
Dispatching reinforcements to the AB connecting bridge.
Oh, god damn it, I pressed the wrong...
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack! Jack!
It's awesome to see you play this. Sadly, you gotta go sleep. I'll be real with you, I will probably call it... It's so tempting to call it here, considering how many fuck-ups I've been doing. Alright, let's do it from here. I have been going through so many fuck-ups like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, excuse me. Alright, so... There we are, and then run before they catch wind. There we go. Is one of the more challenging to go quickly through. Yeah, the thing is as well is like I've gone through the first game, so it's like I'm a little more comfortable with the controls of Metal Gear Solid 2 as opposed to when I went into Metal Gear Solid 1. So yeah. So with luck... Oh, they're waiting for me. Oh. Who the fuck is doing all that? I'm just gonna not disrupt that room. Who the fuck is this? Is flamboyant man? What? You just span in this. You spun around in the same spot. Your center of mass is still the same. What is he, like?
On Alpha, come in. What's going on, Alpha?
So fucking extra right now. So how did I get this like weird pimple thing on the tip of my finger? What the? I'm sorry. Is he sucking his blood? What? There's vampire. I should have known there's vampires in this game. I should have known there was vampires in this game. There's all sorts of fucking. Also, his knife is like in the middle of his belt, like where his dong would be.
5 today.
What?
Or rather 6.
Vamp. Okay, so he's. You forgot the craziness of metal. Oh my god.
Get down!
Good save.
Where is he?
He sounds like. Why is this vampire so fucking extra?
Strange smell. You smell like. Are you?
It has to be. Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Once again, doing the fucking pirouette.
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
The soldier sounds a little bit like Solid Snake. I don't know if the game is just like, I doubt the game is like, oh, we just, you know, didn't have enough VAs to do all the thingy-majiggies we want, because I didn't think they did that in the previous game.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down.
Yeah, this sounds like Solid Snake.
My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
What?
How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
You before?
I think that's Solid Snake.
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
Like,
that's right.
Why the name Pliskin?
Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60. Weapons 80. Advanced
VR, huh?
but realistic in every way.
I love how they're using like
digital age. That's just great.
That's far more effective.
That looks like some scenes from Metal Gear Solid 1 VR missions or something.
Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
Fun fact, the US Army actually has like a video game franchise. It's like called American Army or something like that.
VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
Is nanomachines meant to be a cosm thing?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah, Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that.
What the fuck is...
What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
Oh.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
Okay, maybe it's not Solids. Oh, nah,
What
I
was
think
that
it is.
man just now?
I think this is Solid Snake, and he's just like, you know, giving us a fake name.
That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after U.S. allies, even
Batman,
civilians.
Fortune,
We estimate that
Vamp,
no fewer than
George
100 people died
Sears.
as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
Oh.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
He doesn't smoke, does he? Yeah, he doesn't
Keep it
smoke.
anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Ooh, a different gun.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The President is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes.
Of
Remember
course he
my
does.
frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Lucky us.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Thank you
Maybe
for the
I'll
peck
find
dance
out
guess a know ago. Yeah, he looks a little drained in the face there. Thank you for the shotgun bullets. And then...
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah. Thanks for the reminder.
Alright. Gonna overwrite. That way, if I feel like it, I might like go back to the previous save
Jack,
and do
do
a
you
better
remember what day
better
tomorrow
run.
is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
April.
Important enough? And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission?
Just...
Okay. I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose.
Cool,
there's
we got
something I need you
we
to
got like a
do
clock.
as
We
an
got a
analyst.
limit.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top
I doubt it.
security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Alright, here we go. Yeah. Sorry, I just keep... I had a dentist appointment today where they cleaned my teeth, and I can just feel the, like, the grooves on the back of my teeth because they got rid of the tar that would have made it smooth. Who? Okay, so it's a femme fatale over there. Ooh, hello. Oh, none of them are hurting her.
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her. Is she the one they call Fortune?
Is she just lucky? Okay, so she must be Fortune. That's Vamp. Why is she so scanty? Like, look, she's got, like, no leggings on. She's, like, in a fucking bathing suit or something. Oh, Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Ready grenades!
That was a direct. But...
Dud!
A dud? Be prepared for another one to go off, and it also be a Good.
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
Me. Oh. Not good. Not good at all. I need to go that way. Do it. Take a cheap shot at her. Take a cheap shot at her before you fall to your death, soldier. Ah. Darn.
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
God damn, she look hot. Sexy. She look good.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
So it's just us now.
Cargo choppers.
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them.
Oh, who?
He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let
Sounds very stalkery as fuck, I'm gonna be real with you.
Two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
Alright. Thank you for the chafe grenade. Alright. Nothing in here. Oh, something in here. Do I have a camera? No, I do not have a camera. Shame. Alright.
What's up, Jack?
I'm gonna save over that. Here we go. To be called a good boy by Dead Cell. Oh, wouldn't that be nice?
Are you okay?
Yes, thank you.
That would have been
Really
so
scared me at
nice.
first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
I guess women really are strong.
Not quite.
Of course they
It's
are.
not women that are strong. It's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Actually, that's not true.
Our
It still
boy
scares
is
me
such
to
a
death,
fucking flirt.
But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you.
He is such a fucking flirt. Good for him doing the flirts. Alright. I am going to go and actually call the stream here. Gosh damn, I have fucked up so many times, like you wouldn't believe. Ding, dong, ding. Is there a way for me to... So yeah, I need to remember I did save my progress. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. Look, I know, I'm sorry, I know a guy, but I've got work the next day. I can't stay up all night. So, it is what it is. But yeah, I am most certainly going to try and I'll try and do a better job in Metal Gear Solid 2 in next Monday's stream as opposed to how I was doing here. I'll be real. It is way too tempting to do save scumming up the wazoo to not do alerts and such, since I now know from the first game that it keeps track of saves and continues and kills and all that kind of nonsense. It's very tempting to try and perfect the stealthing and what have you, which I don't know is going to be appropriate. Tempting to play the opening bit, like the tanker sequence again, to see if I can get like a rating or what have you. But yeah, other than that, I am going to call it here, and we're going to go on a little raid. We're going to go raid into Kusaki. Kusaki is an amazing Puma. They are going through like all kinds of silly different games and what have you, so hopefully you'll, give them company and what have you. We're going to go with no, not that one. That's too long. We're going to go with this one. We're going to go with the Himbo raid message. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emotes that you want. I'm going to be using my emojis because, they're pretty cool. I will need, after the raid, I will need to like duck out and like, make my bed because I did laundry in the middle of the day, unfortunately. But yeah, unfortunately Cap's not here because Cap is busy dealing with dinner. So, I would have said thank you otherwise. But yeah, otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be back online Wednesday night for some Alan Wake 2. We went through a lot of the FBI sequence, and we're going to be going through more of the Alan Wake side of it. So I'm in like a save location, and we're going to look at a bucket and all that and get forced onto the Alan Wake side. Otherwise, guys, I'll be back in Metal Gear Solid on Monday, and then Sunday morning is Ghost of Yotei. But otherwise, if I don't see you then, I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.